play a game.
G'day viewers, how we doing? One more thing I need to set up. Hope you can hear me okay and the game. We're in US today because we're going to be showing off some mods from Prime Mover simulations. As soon as I can find the little thing I want to put on the screen, we will anyway. I can't find it. Uh-oh, I've got too many sources. Too many. Maybe I'll give up. One more scroll through. If I don't see it, it won't be happening. I hope people are well. Yeah, maybe I've deleted it. No, not there. I think I've deleted it. I was going to put up a little mods running logo, but you know. We'll start with a bullet. Why not? It's been a while. It's been a while. What are we going to do with this? Probably early in the... Probably not that early because it's winter time in America. So give it a little bit of fog to make Peninsula Corridor look good. Bit of strength. You could do some snow in California. That'd be funny. Should we do snow in California? I think we should do snow in California just because it'll be funny. All right. Never happens. Hello to Wesley, Kelly, Eddie, Michael, Stephanie, and David, Flying Southerner, aka Cucumber. Now, what we've got, and I should actually show these as well, shouldn't I? I've got links in the chat, but let me bring this up on screen, if I can. You can hear some of the mod already happening. Right, there we go. And if we look for stuff by... I think you can search by modder. Prime Mover. Simulations. No, none of those are the ones I want. That's okay. Caltrain. We'll find them. Okay. The first one is this one. So we're running the Caltrain sound mod, enhancements and adjustments by Prime Mover Simulations. It's a very recent mod, and I've given it a little quick run, and it sounded okay, so I thought, let's do it. So it does include changes for the F40, the gallery cars, the GP38, the MP36, the bi-level coaches, and the MP15 DC. It does need this one. So it's got a dependency on the transition and guard mode mods, but you only need one of them. You don't need all the others if you don't want them. And that is that one. SFJ, which is for this route. The other mod that we're running, and if I go outside you'll be able to see it, is the branding restoration. That was very loud for me on the outside there. I've just turned that down a little bit. It's the branding restoration, which is that one, I think. Yes. Which puts all the logos back on everything, basically. But anyway, let's get on with the stream and let's drive a train. Because apparently we should unlock the doors, but we probably have to do a few other things before that. Things like that. Probably can unlock the doors now. Left side doors for this train? Left side doors for this train. The little device is working properly, which is good. Switches that should be on anyway, but aren't. Different marker lights, gauge lights. Gonna want headlights somewhere. Right, with crossing lights, that's what we want. We have a look at that and we honk the horn. Looks like we're not getting much snow in San Francisco, it's just cold. Not surprising. Should stop the bell, I suppose, but The locos do sound better. Why are you hearing radio chatter? It's part of the mod. It's real radio chatter. Lord Vectron, hello. Wesley's playing with the TSW6 controller. That's good. You enjoying it? 480 Studio, hello to you. You can see YouTube Studio. Oh, yeah. I should turn that off, shouldn't I? Sorry, that's where the mod screen was running. Sorry about that. But yes, it's time to lock the doors. So do you want to hear it from the outside first? I do. About there should do. Well, actually, no. Something else we should do first before we do that. That's the real announcement. Now outside. You won't hear much engine speed up on these things because they're already running at 900 RPM. Kelly says, have you heard about the Electrostar expansion? No, I haven't. The Flying Southern are also interested. Is it a mod or a change coming in the game that I haven't heard about, which would be weird? We are in 4th Street, San Francisco. That's where you come over here, which is actually a tram line, and get off SF Muni and come running over here into Caltrain before someone stabs you. Did I say that? No. It's true, though. Of course, we have to go ridiculously slowly through here, so we won't hear much of the mod sounds. 480 says, want to know what you do in this situation. I got the TSW6 controller, but the leftmost lever has started making this grinding noise. Wondering if I should ask for a replacement. Is it moving from side to side or really, really stiff? If it's really, really stiff, you can try undoing the nut. So if you take off these little covers, inside there's a, actually you don't even need to take off the cover, you can do it without doing it. There's a nut, and you can loosen that nut a little bit. If that doesn't help, then yeah, I probably would ask for a replacement because it's probably got something wrong with it. It could be that there's a bit of metal just needs filing because I don't know if you can see that. I don't think it's big enough. Let me make that a bit bigger. So down, put it outside the chat, down in here, there's some teeth. Where's my phone? Need more light. More light. I don't even know where my phone is. I'm organised today. I think I brought it down here, but there's these little teeth, and it's possible that the handle is rubbing on the teeth. You could have a look at that too. So if it is, that might be the noise. Put that back in the middle there. How's that for flame squeal? Real Lord Vectron says they purposely tighten them during shipping to avoid damage. They say that. I just think they don't really know how to set them up. It's kind of funny seeing the snow trails when there's no snow on the ground, but you know, California. Yay, California. If you need to take a handle off, it's just a matter of unscrewing the bolt that's inside it. which is... Why is that going into dynamics? I moved the thing, didn't I? And it comes off. See? They are planning on making more handles at some point in the future. For different styles. I also know someone else who's planning on 3D printing some. And he's made a set for himself. But he hasn't done any others. Hopefully Prime Mover will drop into the chat, because he's aware this is on, but I'm not sure if he's awake. Flying Southerner says, my brother decided to buy a laptop and was like, Josh, can you replace my laptop batteries? Make me a coffee, then sure. It's good being the family IT person, isn't it? Little squidge as the bell turns off. I think, Real Lord Vectron, you're onto something there. My rate usually revolves around a bottle of whiskey, and depending on what they need done, it could be anywhere down from a glass up to a case. And if I don't like the person, it's going to end up being a 12-year-old case. Or maybe even an 18. I really don't like them to be an 18. So you simplified your grandmother's phone so she only has what she needed. So that would be Facebook, Weibo, Temu, and some kind of porn channel, right? It is Peninsula Corridor, Kelly Hall, but we're playing with mods. You can hear one of them playing there. I'm coming into this platform super slowly. Actually, it was funny yesterday. I was, my driver and I swapped, and he fired from Cockatoo up to the lake, and I drove. And he reminded me at one point that we have the railway's fastest driver behind us and maybe I should go faster. Get out of the way, you lot. Look at them all casually walking along down the yellow line. It's a good thing my mirrors aren't folded out. Whack people in the head. Nice brake squeal. So far this sound mod's a winner. So if you're on PC, you can put these mods on. I reckon if you could find a way to crack into the file system on consoles, you could probably put them on console too, but unfortunately, there's no easy way to do that. Look at me 5 minutes late already. I'm only in the first station. This is very Californian, just, yeah, mate, we'll get there one day. It'll be fine. All right. Other end. Bit of wheel slip there. Off to Millbrae, connections with BART, San Francisco Airport, and a crazy lady that rents an Airbnb. I could tell you about her. She was very, very weird. On the most recent trip that Christine and I did to San Francisco, we decided to stay in an Airbnb rather than a hotel because San Fran is stupid expensive, and who wants to stay in San Fran itself anyway? We stayed down in Millbrae. And the Airbnb was magnificent. It was really, really nice. But it came with a crazy lady. Had a built-in crazy lady. She was interesting. This mod has done a few visual enhancements to the route too. I'm trying to pick them as we go along. There's a few things that I think look different, but I'm not sure, so I'm not going to point them out just in case I am not correct. But if you spot stuff that's different, sing out. Flying Southerner says, nope, not in that, just important contacts on the home screen, as well as phone, message, camera, and gallery. She only makes calls, sends messages, and takes an absolute ton of photos. Thinking of photos, my brother, infinitely clever individual that he is, ran over his phone with his car. Had to pay someone to take his photos off because he hates cloud services so much he just keeps them on his phone. Sigh. Nice transition to the dynamic brake system coming on. That's kind of what I said, Real Lord Vectron. Bruh. Facepalm moment. Real Lord Vectron says it's not even hard to have your own cloud with Synology. Yes, that's true. There are on-prem choices. But I don't know why you wouldn't use a photo service. It's not as though it's really going to hurt you. Why am I slowing down that much for? It's not really going to hurt you to use a photo service. There are so many to choose from. Because you're like, no, I only slowed down so you can hear this. Southerner says, I introduced her to the concept of voice dictation today and she was mind blown. Yeah, it's pretty good. I reply to a lot of my YouTube comments using voice. Just poke the little microphone and go for it. So it actually works quite well. It does refuse to say the word fuckwit though, which I do need from the occasional comment. Not many, but a few. There's a little bit of a weird noise there in Notch 8 every now and again. Hopefully that's something that Prime Mover Simulations is aware of. This area in reality is a swamp, and it smells really bad. They have not captured the essence of that smell. Just trying to remember, are these percentage brakes or lapped brakes in here? Must have a look at that. That might be why I slowed down so much before. As we ease into the corner. Fully transitions, I don't really know why you have to slow down for it. It clearly has a nice cant on it. Over on our right, there is Oracle Tower and Salesforce Tower. They used to be best of mates, but these days they hate each other, so I can just imagine Larry and Salesforce dude sitting on their upper floors going, "Arr," out the window. Vectron says my photos are backed up into encrypted archives and stored on iCloud. You get 2 terabytes for free. I have something like 256 terabytes in Googly Cloud that I don't get for free. I pay for it, but it's not very expensive, to be honest. But I pay for that so that I have full-size photo and video storage. Google Photos doesn't mess with it that way. And because I know I can set what I want on the services, I don't have to put up with whatever they want set. I can tell it, for example, to not use my photos as AI fodder. Whereas in the vanilla version, you can't. It only shows them to you, it doesn't share them with anybody, but even so, it's not a feature I want. Vectron says, so Tim Cook can't see my pics. Yes, Mr. Apple. He looks at everyone's photos. I am absolutely certain of that. I'm sure he has enough time to look at millions and millions of customers' photos. But although he might just zero in on you, Real Lord Vectron, you never know. You say, is that dust or smoke pickup in the game? No, I actually turned on snow, which isn't working that well in California, I have to say. It's probably a true California representation of snow, though. You see it drifting through the air and then it's gone. Oops. Crossing. We'll just pretend that was 4, okay? Terrible with these crossings. Wait till later in the route when there's 4,000 of them one after another. Just leave the horn on. Wesley says, did you have a go at the day at the dispatcher? I haven't actually. I should do that, shouldn't I? But it won't be today, because we're doing this today. Kelly Hall says that is train simulator controller done for the night. Not sure what that means, Kelly. Vectron says it's not about them viewing them, it's about them using them to train AI. Hopefully I purge my online stuff in time before these AI companies started scraping. Probably not, because OpenAI project, the ChatGPT thing, has been around since mid-90s. It's not actually new AI. It's just had a lot of marketing money thrown at it in the last couple of years. Even the chatbots weren't new. But that's life. That is BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transportation System, running next to us. BART is equivalent to Brunel, I suppose, because it runs a broad gauge, a very, very broad gauge, one of the widest in the world. Not the widest, though, one of the widest. Middlebury coming up shortly. No, initial production will do fine. Flying Sudden says, I'm hybrid here. I have Synology, which was free from work. Then I have 2 terabytes of Google Drive, which the thing backs up to. Yeah, that's fine. In your private cloud storage, whether that be Drive or GCP, or whatever provider you like, that shouldn't be vulnerable to scraping, because that's meant to be your private storage. Vectron started to purge in 2018 to 2019. You might be in time then. British Rail fan, hello to you. How is it down in Australia? It's, well, yesterday was perfect for firing. It was a lovely 21 degrees Celsius. Today's going to be 32. So today would be a horrible day for firing. And as you can probably tell, you can tell I've been on a steam engine. Because that shit just does start to come off. Oh look, trees in the face, yay! Wesley says, when will the GWE remaster have a release date? I think they'll probably tell us. I just have a gut feeling they'll tell us in the January roadmap of when it will come out. And I kind of think just indications, Feb would be my bet. And the reason I think that is because it's in the 0 to 3. And welcome to Millbrae, crazy Airbnb ladies on the right. That'll do. I'm quite looking forward to the GWE remaster. I have some concerns about how well it might work on consoles, because it's very busy and it's fairly detailed, so we'll see. And it's got 350s. That does seem to be the trifecta of blurry. Electrostar expansion pack is a mod. Let's have a look. Is it on Trade and Sim Community? As distinct from the other one. Mods Nexus is starting to get some TSW mods too. But Trade Sim Community I think is easier to publish on than Mods Nexus, so I think most of them will probably stay there. British Rail says, could I ask what is the best American freight route? There's 2 that are relatively challenging and the locomotives are both reasonably good. Cajon Pass, in my opinion, is probably the best American freight route of all of them. And second is Sherman Hill. They both have enough variety and enough challenge to them. Cajon Pass particularly, getting that train down the hill is actually quite hard. So, it's good fun. Going up the hill, not Jate. Go have a beer. Come back 3 hours later, it'll be at the top. But downhill, difficult. But that's kind of reality on most trains, is that uphill is relatively easy. I think I had some video of me driving yesterday, because I did have this thing mounted up in the cab, but I don't know when it ran out of memory. Just while this is cruising to San Mateo, let me see if I can find this mod you're talking about. We won't run it today, but it could be a future one. Why not? Yeah, the Electrostar expansion pack. Let me show it. We'll pop it on half the screen. Why not? As soon as I can find it. There it is. So it's 36 liveries across 5 separate classes, 14 Electrostar subclasses, updated cab systems and functionalities, modified passenger saloons with 6 new seat moquettes and improved interior models, a raw refurbishment including exterior and interior changes for GTR-based Electrostars. GTR to me is Great Train Race, because that's what we call it. Changed a couple of textures and some liveries to reflect and represent the newer age and unused conditions. Semi-functional DOO monitors in applicable cabs. Oh, that I like. Because, you know, Unreal does cameras, and I will sacrifice frame rates to have cameras. I don't mind. Ooh, look at me driving along at 1,000,000 miles an hour. We'll just pretend that's not happening. It's fine. Yeah, that looks interesting. There we go. We'll just pretend this is a quiet zone. It's fine. But that does look like quite an interesting mod, so yeah, we might have a go at that one. We should honk for some of these crossings, shouldn't we? Even if only so you can hear the horn. I actually asked a Caltrain driver who turned up at Puffing Willie how they handle those crossings that are all so close together, and he says you just turn the horn on and leave it on. That way. I think we might want lots of brakes to stop from this speed. Coming in hot. Way hot. We might get a door in the platform. Maybe even 2. What do you think? Will it be 1 or 2? Ooh, it's going to be more. Excellent. Good brakes on these Caltrain things. No, that one. Yep. This American railroading. Put your train in the middle of a road crossing and leave it there. Good plan. Sai, hello. So I got the MP15 DC this month. I was just doing one of the scenarios. I like the MP15 DC. It's a good little thing. Sandpatch grade is a challenging route when going uphill. Yeah, if you probably got Sandpatch grade though, I would imagine. Flying Southern said, imagine it comes out on your birthday in February, baby, which means a bit of fun in June. It's time to go yet? Yep. The doors. Build some amps, drop the brakes. Off to Hillsdale. Home of Back to the Future. Or was that Hilldale? Flying Southerner is downloading the Electrostar pack right now. Sykes says, puts on bell, good enough. Absolutely. We'll pretend it's okay. Did these gates open? The world needs to know. Wow, they do. They actually work. There's a little bit of loop in the horn, but it's not too bad. I found yesterday that I'm actually getting somewhat more confident in my own train driving because I've started to do multiple things at the same time. I ran out of hands yesterday though because I needed to apply the brakes, open the cylinder cocks, and blow the whistle all at the same time, and I just ran out of hands. So I had to make a choice. I blew the whistle because, you know, can. Wesley says, so fast. Kelly says the Morristown line is cool with the Arrow 3. It is. I should play the Morristown line more, actually, because I actually kind of like it, but I haven't played it much on stream. Should give it a go. What tends to happen with the streaming, because I'm always trying to show different stuff just to maintain interest for me and for you, is that I don't settle on any one thing particularly long. Hillsdale coming up. Hello Tyler, you're from Northern Nevada. That's a little warm generally. Syke says, how long would you empty out the horn's air compressor, or would it keep it? No, you could run it constantly. The air compressor that supplies air for the horns is the same one that supplies air for the brakes. It's not going to run out. You can hear the compressor in the mod. I like that. Capepe, hello. The opinion is American trains are too heavy for commuter driving. I don't know. They tend to beef up their locos as well, so. But there are much more modern things. But in some states of the US, like Florida, you want a heavy train because you may not survive if you haven't got one. I was watching a US rail disaster thing the other day where they ran into a giant chemical refining column that was parked across the tracks. It killed the driver and what they call conductor, but I would call the fireman. And basically the pile-up filled up this town with carriages. And the truck driver survived it. San Carlos, home of the vampires. Syke says, add a big sneeze to that and get a big odor that you have a rail disaster. Wesley says the Class 175s have done Exeter to Penzance. Fair enough. Trains fan says, I wish they add the F40PH-2CAT. There is a third party who is building some Amtrak stuff. So we'll see what comes of that. I actually think that now that there are so many American routes, and I know the Americans don't think there's enough as yet, probably right, but there are a lot, and now that there are so many, an Amtrak DLC really makes sense, because it would layer in everywhere. You might not have exactly the right locomotive and carriage combinations for a particular area, but you could run Amtrak services, because nearly every route actually has got the stations, which is kind of cool. So we roll through downtown San Carlos. Trains fan said, is there different bells on cab cars in this patch? We'll find out. I don't know yet. Kelly says, I don't own Peninsula Corridor. Well, you know, the winter sales are now on. Remember, you can only use this mod if you're on PC, though. Peninsula Corridor is one of my go-to routes. Mainly because I used to live here. So it's kind of the nearest I have to a home route. Sykes says they should go for a Go Transit Metrolink license and build off Oakville into Toronto. All this stock would transfer. I remember years ago they were having discussions with Go, but and they told us about it on various streams, but given it all went quiet, I'm guessing it didn't go all that well. Coming in super hot again. Passengers who need San Carlos may like to leap now, because someone wasn't paying attention to the distance counter. Oh, are we gonna have one? Passengers for San Carlos, please move to the rear car of the train. Those passengers in other cars, please mind your step. Please mind the gap between the train and the floor. Wesley says there are different bells in the American freight locomotives. Yeah, generally there are. Most of the locomotives have them, but there's two kinds. There's electric bells and there's physical bells. The electric bells these days are fairly ubiquitous, but the physical bells will still sound different. Would kind of be a cool job, really. So yeah, I'm being kind. I'm waiting for all these people walking down the platform, because yeah, there's kind of a lot of them. And we're seeing the occasional one disappear. Actually, I don't know if you've had a look at my MetroGether videos, but the passenger behavior in that game is awesome. They should grab that guy. He's a little indie developer. They should grab him to do passengers for Train Sim World. Because I reckon he'd do a really nice job, because he's done a really nice job at his own game. I should suggest that to Matt, actually. Get in contact with the guy. Get out of here, you. Why aren't you going anywhere? That would be why. I thought I'd moved that enough, but clearly not. There we go. It was the other one I heard revving up. It tricked me. Trains fan would like EXO commuter rail. Fair enough. Montreal. Montreal is an absolutely beautiful city. I've been there. David Mangum says, I'm enjoying the Peninsula Corridor on TSW6. I'm about to reinstall it on my Xbox Series X to play. I kind of wonder, David, if you put it on a PC using the Xbox Store, which you can put your Xbox DLCs on a PC, if you dropped into patches, I wonder if they'd work. I should try that, you know, because I have got Xbox stuff, because, you know, sitting over there's an Xbox. I should actually try that. When I ran the original one, CSX Heavy Haul, a few weeks back, that was from the Xbox store, running on PC. Because it's the only place you can buy it now. And I used to have it on media, but I've lost it. So I had to buy it again so I could stream it. That's okay. Flying Southerner says they've done the interiors. Yeah, the mod said that they talked about interiors. They've done lots of stuff. Kelly Hall says, again, too fast. Yes. Very professional, aren't I? Sykes says Montreal has a good rail scene. Wesley says, and the platform edge. And I wonder if I can buy an e-bill and hook it up to a doorbell. That'd be funny. Bing, bing, bing. Probably could. You'd probably need either 24 or 32 volts to run it, though. An oldie and a good one, says Psych. What I've always found relatively amusing, I don't know if the new trains have got it, because I haven't seen one of the new ones, but the old BART trains, if you listen very carefully to the horn sound that's playing over a tannoy loudspeaker, it's actually a human going toot toot. Is that not funny? Welcome to Redwood City, where we killed all the trees and made buildings. So either coming too fast or too slow. Pick one. Cap Pepper says, remember the old subway sim circle line where passengers were running like mad when I gave the door closing warning? I'm trying to think if I've got that. I was having a look at the Disney Rail simulator, but it's distributed off a scam site, and I think they're using it legitimately, but I'm going to make a temporary credit card and buy it. Was that better, Kelly? Trains fan says, I really wish they F59PHIs and PHSAD ALPS. They won't get charges because Siemens have said no to charges. Which is a bummer because that knocks out quite a lot of American lines that now run them. Off to Menlo Park, home to the tech company wannabes that can't afford Palo Alto. It's actually interesting that we actually have got flirts in the game, but for whatever reason, they haven't been allowed to do them for Caltrain. Which is weird because, you know, We've already got them. I'm actually kind of surprised that no one has put overhead line equipment on this route as a mod and re-liveried some of the German flirts. Because you certainly could. Would it be exact? No. But it'd be fun. Nightbot says, please smash the like button. Yeah, go for it. Don't smash it too hard though, don't break your mouse or your pointing device. This is one of the fun little yards on this route that's not really utilised enough, but there's a few little industrial spurs here. Syke says that's weird because I thought Caltrain's issue is wanting to look at environmentally friendly. Yeah, it wasn't Caltrain that said no. It was the maker of the flirts. Capepe says, I guess it's an older PC version of the same company that made the yellow German ones out now. Do you mean Subway Sim 2? Or do you mean the really old one? The one that I tend to only run the American version of it. Although its Bakerloo tunnels are pretty nice. Is that Bakerloo or is it Circle Line? Nick has been revisiting Boston Providence. Very underrated route. It is actually a good route, that one. That station is only open for a couple minutes each day. It serves a university. Let me have a look at the games I have on Steam, which you won't be able to see, but actually, let me kill the bell first. And pop back to Steam, because I think I know what game you're talking about. World of Subways. London Underground Circle Line, that's the one. Hey, bad guy. I'm currently rolling into Menlo Park at roughly the speed Californians do when they're rolling through stop zones. Wesley says Subway Team 2 is a fantastic game. Yeah, it is. It's exceptionally good. That looks like a floating concrete truck to me. We'll ignore that. Fine. I have got all 4 World of Subways. I like number 4 best, because number 4's kind of got some gamey stuff to it. Whereas 1, 2, and 3 are just trainee stuff, and they don't do the trainee stuff quite that well, so... Happy New Year to you as well, B. Stafford. It is almost that time, isn't it? There you go, you can stop there. That'll do. Let's go back outside for this, so we can hear the doors actually open as part of the mod pack. All these people milling around going, why are the doors open? I kind of think on these trains, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I thought they actually warned you when they were going to open as well as close. Oh, you can actually see in here, by the way, that pack that I got, the one that's got a dependency, this is what it puts in. One of the things is a guards panel. So you can run guard mode and Peninsula Corridor, which here actually is conductor mode. Bad Guy says, that's a good model. I like the fact that there's radio chatter in the background, even though you can't quite understand it, it still gives it atmosphere. It is. It's a good mod. I like this one. Prime Mover Simulations has done well. Palo Alto, home of the tech company's next stop. Pepper says, I've been to Menlo Park in 74. It's changed a little bit since then, I'm tipping. Bad Guy says he doesn't get much time off during Christmas, looking after your grandmother, a lot of work. I get time off and then go and play on railways instead. Go figure. I'm back there in a couple of days. Syke says, do these trains have conductors? All I've ever seen is revenue inspectors. They do have conductors that run the doors, but only the revenue inspectors check tickets, the conductors don't. Kelly says, next stop. Could admit that was a better one, but you know, Palo Alto coming up. Gratuitous bridge shot also coming up, because, yeah, you have to. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. We're gonna miss the bridge. God damn it. The snow really doesn't work in California, does it? Remind me to not turn it on again. Bad Guy says Dovetail should really consider adding something like that to their trains, even if you can't understand it. Radio chatter would be nice. Look, I think now that they've got this passenger hubbub sounds, all they really have to do is add some cracks and crackles to that and they'd have radio chatter. So, yeah, they certainly could do it. I wonder if they thought about it. It says it's just rolling straight on past the spot. But that's fine. We'll pretend that's okay. The game does. Drifting bus. Oh, it's mowing down the hedges. At least he stayed on the right side of the road. Did you see that person get in through a closed door? Just playing with the resolution switches on my moose. No, I put on light snow, but doesn't really work in California. Next up, California Avenue. which is also in San Francisco. In San Francisco, it's got a cable car. So if you ever go to San Francisco and you want to ride the cable car, there's the Market Street one, which I guarantee you is the better one to ride, but it's always very crowded and hard to get onto. The California Avenue one is actually public transport, so it costs less, and it's easy to get onto, because there's lots of cars and no one's on them. KR Rail fan, hello to you as well. Syke says they just need a Zoom recorder and JD and Matt can talk to each other over some walkie-talkies. Pretend that was for. Kinda was. Trains fans, when will we ride a bi-level cab? We will do that at some point during this stream. Coming in too hot again. Why would I ruin it? It'll be fine. 40 mile an hour at the end of a platform, that should work. It should actually work quite nicely. I might even have to come off the brakes, so we'll stop too early. I think I will. Bad guy says, it's not that bad except the fact that he wakes up and has to use the washroom at 3 in the morning as she starts showing aggression, going off at you for no reason. That's a human thing. Bad guy says, reason thankful of a pill that controls aggression, but the challenge is sometimes giving it to her when she's showing the aggression. Yes. It is good of you to do it. Flying Southerner says, have to say the Electrostar mod is very nice. Well, that's cool. We'll have to do a stream on it. You probably are right now. What route or routes does it run on, Southerner? Wesley says Richie is close to 6k subs. That's good. He will pick up those fairly quickly, I imagine, because he's quite a good streamer. If you don't know who we're talking about, it is Richie Rail with an underscore. Cab Pepe did the cable cars in the same journey. They're a lot of fun because you can stand on the outside of them. It's unusual for an American thing that you can do stuff like that. And I'm glad you can, because it's kind of an iconic part of San Francisco. Bit of wheel slip there. Bad guy says, I mean, you could also take radio chatter. You don't really necessarily need to understand every word they're saying. It's mostly for atmosphere. Yeah, you could. Well, the passenger hubbub is actually AI. And they're just saying strings of words that sound like sentences, but they're not. KRL fan says the Caltrain F40PH-2CAT needs some work, in my opinion. Well, stay tuned, because this mod does exactly that. So we'll probably run a cab car next, and then we'll run the F40PH. So stay tuned. You will get to hear that. I won't do a full end-to-end run in the cab car, but I'll just show you what they're like, because they have changed. Syke says AI could definitely do that. What, make strings of random words that don't make sense? It's kind of AI's forte. Kelly says Richie might do a 6K subscriber special. I just about guarantee you he will when he gets there. As long as he doesn't try a let's get to 6K subscriber special, because I've seen streamers do that and fall on their faces because they don't get there. Bad Guy says she doesn't get any worse. Cat Pepe says, I wonder if the trams still run in SFO. In the airport? Not trams as such. BART goes in there now. There is still, well, it's actually fairly new. It wouldn't have been around in the 70s when you went, so it's 2000s, early 2000s. There's a automated thing, little 2 Caltrain cars that run out to the car park. Uni still run, they run 2 kinds of trams. They run the Breda rail cars, which are rather large light rail, but they also run their heritage fleet. They even have a Melbourne tram. There's only one driver there that actually runs their Melbourne tram, though. The old city trams. On Market Street, they do. Sykes says, you know you're a part of the problem when ChatGPT starts telling you it's not a substitute for human interaction. Well, you can buy an AI friend. Off to Mountain Dew. So yellow you think someone pissed in a bottle. Lots of wheel slip. And a floating Winnebago. So choosing snow, all it really did was give me wheel slip. Snow's just not that happening here. It's just not. Oh well. Pepe flew in and out of Oakland. Oakland's quite a nice city. Oakland's actually where we lived. We lived in Trestle Glen, which is a suburb of Oakland, and worked throughout the entire Bay Area. We eventually moved to Berkeley. And our house was up above the nuclear reactor that UC Berkeley doesn't have on it. Do you know there's a flight from Oakland to California, Capepe? It takes longer to board and get through security than it does for the flight. Bad Guy says, if I get an AI friend, I want it to have Bender's personality and be just like Bender, because that would be amazing. Bite my shady metal ass! We'll pretend this is okay. More brakes. Good enough. I have one of those, you know, those little button things that say things when you press them. I actually had one that said "bite my shiny metal ass." And I have no idea what happened to it because it was in the office, and when we all got kicked out because of COVID, they cleaned up all our stuff and threw it away. So I think it went in the bin. Psych says, just put that in your custom prompt setting and it will do it. I should actually put it on my Discord soundboard. It'd be good for text messages too. Look at me behaving myself. What's going on here? I think there's one F40 service that goes the other way, goes into San Francisco. Try and find that. I know there's 2 or 3 Baby Bullet services that do it wrong way around. Bad guy says, and all is dress up as Philip J. Fry and start walking down the street. Well, we are in Philip J. Fry's era. And it sounds like I believe you have my stapler quest. Right up there with, dude, where's my car? Off to the picturesque, not, suburb of Sunnyvale. Sunnyvale is a suburb of San Jose for the people that can't afford to live in San Jose. I'm sure it was a town by itself at one point, but it's not anymore. Next crossings are silent. So some rich people must live there. Cab Pepe says Stockholm, Copenhagen, Bangor, Oakland, Caravel on a DC 860, 400 packs, not too much legroom. No, they weren't very big planes. Getting 400 people in there is kind of impressive. Bad guy says, I just got myself a PS5 controller holder. It's built and shaped like a claptrap. Really neat thing. That'll do. Syke says I used to live in a neighbourhood called Sunnydale. Close, I guess. Pretty close. Bad Guy says that's brilliant. I'm going to change my tone for text messages to that. Excellent. And everything. Excellent. Cab Pepper says, or was it 300? Maybe you exaggerated. I think 300 is more likely because an A380 only has 485 in it. They're big. Emmanuel says the game's volume might be a bit low. I can fix that a bit. I just have to be careful because it can distort with me. Why aren't you moving? Why aren't you moving? Random train fault that's not actually meant to be one. Bad Guy says Ashton Kutcher, when he was good before he played in 2.5 Men and completely destroyed his career, was also good in that 70s show. Flying Thunder, you're going to head off. You've got a busy one tomorrow. Enjoy. Thank you for dropping in, Cucumber. Whoops, missed a crossing. No. Lawrence, next stop. Syke says, headphones maxed, crank the gain. I have turned the gain up a little bit, so let me know if that's better. Cap Pepper says I saw Santa Fe, CP Rail, Union Pacific, maybe an Amtrak, no Caltrain. No, Caltrain's fairly recent. Bad Guy says I found it like this consignment store and they sell everything. It was 25 bucks. I couldn't help myself. Why not? Sounds like a good thing to do. The back of my train should be through that now. For my Xbox controllers, I put rechargeable batteries in them, and I've got this little controller holder battery charger thing from Temu. It'll catch fire one day and burn down my house, but that's fine. See, switches from my mug of espresso seamlessly to my insulated tea. I just thought of something. The delivery for the next part of my little box should come today. So I boxed in my desk with these sound absorbent panels, which helped a lot. But then I moved my mic to be closer to my face, which brings it outside the dampened sound zone a little bit. So I've got a couple more panels coming. Loading, loading, loading. We have the signal to run out. Almost at San Jose, not very far to go now at all. And then we will jump in a cab car, do a run in the cab car. We won't go all the way in a cab car though. And then we will jump into the F40. We're doing okay for time, so we probably will have time to have a look at the 15 as well. Sam, MBTA trains, they do not do that in California. They don't generally blow the horn at all. They just drive off. What they do is put the bell on. I've been using the horn as a lazy way to put the bell on. So normally they just do this. Hello, Leon Parsons. Syke says, nice, we'd love to see a pic when you get it all up. We could do that. I'll have to tidy the thing up again. But basically what I'm doing is I put in 3 sides of these panels and they really help with the sound. So what I'm going to do is put 2 over the top. I used to live and use Caltrain a lot, Sam, in BTA trains. They definitely don't. They barely blow the horn at all on Caltrain. The majority of those crossings that are marked with X's on this route are actually silent crossings. So they barely blow the horn at the crossings too. California doesn't like noise. Hello, Leon. Bad Guy says, why don't you move very much, but I use AliExpress a lot and I found some pretty good stuff on there for very cheap and almost as good as quality as the stuff you would buy at Best Buy or Amazon. Yeah, it can be quite good. Just make sure you've got a credit card specifically for AliExpress. Can I blow the horn? Sure, that's a different question. Let me get in a good space to blow the horn. There you go, Sam. Just for you. Santa Clara, next stop. It's a Christmas version of Clara from Doctor Who. See you later, Cab Pepe. Have a good one, mate. We shall see you in the new year, no doubt. I'm well, thank you, Leon. I hope you are as well. I hope you had a good Christmas too. You said you had a nice day on Christmas. That's good. Yeah, this is a mod pack, so it's been quite good for the Baby Bullet, because the Baby Bullet did have quite horrible sounds, and they're actually quite nice now. It's got a couple little tweaky bits here and there that it might be handy to have addressed if it's possible, but you know, there's only so much you can do in a mod. Back of my train should be through those points by now. The F40 change is quite dramatic when you hear that one. It's quite a lot better. Leon likes Train Sim World 6. Trains do announcements for the next stop. They do for some routes, not for the old ones though. I've actually got announcements turned off. They bugged me. I have them turned off from being when you're in the cab, because on the majority of trains you would not actually hear them. That's one cool thing about the TSX controller. You can try to handle it the way you do with the real trains controls. A bit waffly, Centurion. K-Rail fan says, I wish conductor mode could transfer to older routes. Ah, do I have a mod for you? I'll show you in a moment. Let me get into Santa Clara and I will bring up the mod that does it. This particular mod's for American routes, but I know there are similar ones for non-US stuff as well. Hopefully that will spot the carriage before that sign. It should be just about right. Look at that. Right, let me get the mod page up. Actually, just for the UK people, this is the mod that we were looking at with the Electrostar expansion. And if I go back to this one. If I show this again. So this mod, transition and guard mode mods. This person has done it. It's MJKCP. I think they're actually a third-party developer now too. I think they're working with one of the teams. But they have introduced guard mode to quite a few things. So worth a look if you are playing American trains. There are similar ones for UK trains, so I'll pop this in the chat. I think I told her to lock the doors. Maybe I didn't. The T-Side Train Watcher, hello to you. Can't accelerate too much, we are under a caution. I love this path that just ends in a fence. I might have a look at that Electrostar pack for Wednesday night. Oh, I know where my door close went. I can see it in the chat. That's funny. It's funny when you hear someone on the radio then, the rail radio going, is there a menu for that? It's like, it's in a train and he's got a menu. Poor bugger. I feel for him. My trains, no computers. The only computer's this one. I'm kind of hoping it lasted long enough, my little GoPro thingy. I definitely have footage of me firing up the hill into Gembrook. Because, you know, we were talking about it the other day, and I was thinking it's about 450 shovels, and I want to count them. And I'm hoping it lasted long enough for when I changed over to drive. But I'm not sure if I've got footage of me driving or not. We'll see. We slide our way into San Jose. The T-Side Train Watcher, you hope you reach 100 subs soon. Well, let's have a look at your channel. What do? You run shorts? I am subscribed to you. How about that? Slide around Seamoth, the maintenance facility. A lot of the MP15 DC scenarios either start or end in this place. A Tees Valley remaster would be quite nice, I have to admit that, the Teesside Trains Washer. It's a decent route, it just suffers a little bit. We'll just crawl down to the signal and hope it changes. In fact, it has. If you do have a YouTube channel or some other kind of trains related thing that you want to promote, on my Discord there is a self-promo tag that you can use. Ant-Man says water and crossing bell mod is great. Timing at San Mateo crossing is probably a historic bug. Could well be. So we very slowly roll around in the high-speed rail to San Jose Diridan. But this mod is quite good, the sound mod, so it's got replacement sounds for the locomotives. Good horns. Good loco sounds. I'm quite liking it. It's dynamic braking sounds are quite good. You can hear the flange squeal now, that's quite good. Fair enough, T-Side Train Watcher. Uh-oh, I'm being naughty. It's funny, 11 mile an hour in the simulator feels slow, but on our little narrow gauge trains, 11 mile an hour feels quite quick. KR Railfan says Peninsula Corridor could get a good remaster. Well, it's had a partial one with this mod because it's introduced new water and a few other things. So the community's taking care of it. Prime Mover Simulations tends to mostly concentrate on the trains themselves, so it's cool to see some other things like water textures and stuff coming into it. I'd like someone in the community to electrify it. Because you could run it with some of the flirts. You could use the Austrian one, or you could probably get away with the Talent 2 from Germany, to be honest. It's pretty close to what it should look like. Nobody joined your stream today. Persist. It takes a while. The only person that watched my first few streams was my wife. And she was watching sort of... So it looked like someone was. Even she wasn't really watching. So it's the end of the run in our Baby Bullet. We will do a cab car next. In fact, we could even return to free roam at the end of this service and see what time this one's going back out again. Oops, does it say? No, so it just terminates. There's nothing going out again from that one, so we won't go into free roam. Because it's just going into the sidings now. Which would make sense, because the peak's over. That'd be it for that one then. Oh, is that all? Bronze. Alright. Let's do a cab car. Just persist the Teesside Train Watcher. It does take a long time to pick up viewership. What I'd suggest is try and build up community. Don't do dumb things like me hassling other streamers. Wait, me? What? Alright, let's go into a bi-level cab car. I think it was the bi-level that someone asked for. Let's do... San Jose, San Francisco, but we won't do all of it. Just going to light clouds this time. Light rain? No, light clouds is what we want. A little bit of fog though, because it does help the route look better. Hello again, British Rail fan. You are back. Are we in the dark? We are in the dark. How about that? Oh yeah, I can remember how to drive this thing. It's been a while. Reverser. And aren't there buttons in a box or something up here somewhere? No? That's door controls. Aha! Right, so we've got a brake valve now. Cab setup. Fuel. Gen. Engine run. Headlights. Ew, that looks horrible. Let's run. Oh, that's worse. Alright, we'll run those. It's fine. Number lights. Don't want cab light. Console light. Cab heat. Nah, I don't think so. Unlock doors, but what side? Right side. Now, you don't get much sound in these things, but we have got our radio sound. Let's see what the horn sounds like. Oh, mechanical bell. British Rail fan wants to do a GP38. So in order we're doing this, then the F40, then we could do a GP38. Actually, I'm not sure the mod changes the GP38 sounds. It is time to go. You can tell I haven't used a cab car since the last rebuild. Oh, I know what I didn't do. Maybe an idle, so I can do that. That would help. That would help a lot. Yay, it moves. That's quite a cool bell. I like the sound of that one. T-side train watches a train going through your local station with the head code 6U29. Can't you just look it up? It says here going much too fast. We'll ignore that. Sounds like this cab car's got a flat. That rhythmic bang, 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 bang. That's a wheel flat. They may not know what it is till tomorrow. T-side train watcher. Emmanuel says, do you feel uncomfortable driving with no HUD? You always have it on. I have it on so people can see what's going on. So when I'm driving for me, I do, depending on the route, sometimes turn it off. I usually keep the track monitor on. The thing on the top right hand side. I don't normally have my current speed displayed in the HUD, but I've been doing a lot of steam lately, so you need it for that. It's interesting that the path past Seamoth is 40 in this direction and 20 in the other direction. Ant-Man still enjoys Sand Patch. T-side train watcher says it does go through in 50 minutes. The salt burn comes back. Oh, he's talking about your real train. This lighting is vanilla. Real Lord Vectron. Oops. Too fast, too fast. It's so easy to go too fast in a cab car because you just don't realise, because you don't have the sounds of the engine. And we can now speed up anyway. So we head off to Mountain View. With a bullet on the back. So we'll run this one up to Mountain View. You can still hear the flat that this was recorded from. So we'll run this to Mountain View and then we'll jump in the F40. Nice point sounds. I think this mod has cured the main reason I don't like cab cars, to be honest. They've always been a bit lifeless. This one's actually quite okay. It's got some realistic sounds going on. K-Rail fan would like to see Metrolink. There's a lot of stuff that could come in. The American railroads aren't that friendly towards having their stuff in a game. There are some exceptions, like Boston. They love it. They see the positive benefits in it. The main benefit for a railroad to be in this game, apart from getting their branding out there and getting free advertising, which is essentially what they're getting, it does generate a sense of community around that brand, which means it's less likely for people to damage the trains. I think there's a road crossing coming up here somewhere, but I can't remember exactly where it is. I know the Teesside Train Watcher, people pop in and out of the stream all the time. As they do, they might spot something that's a bit more interesting to them and they pop off somewhere else and then they come back, and that's just what people do. That's alright. Yeah, you might be. Might be indeed. I reckon that one hits the train. This one's only a little shorty platform at Mountain View. Next one's a silent crossing. Vectron says, wish the lighting was as good as this in the UK routes. Did an ECS at sunrise with the Pendo on Birmingham Crew and it was pitch black. Depends on the time of year. There are 3 crossings coming up. Do you know I always started sounding the horn based on the crossing sign back there? And all it is this pissy little pedestrian crossing. That's funny. Well, that's the cab car. Let's do one with the other cab car. So we'll pop out of here now. And we will go back into the route. And we'll do one with the other cab car. And then we'll do the F40. Spin, spin, spin goes the little wheel. And the gallery cab car. Ah, lunchtime. Sure, why not? Actually, let's run one into the depot. It is 10:25 a.m. The Teesside train watcher who asks what time it is in Australia. Yep, been a while in here too. I've got to remember this now. Dunk. I don't want a cab light. Probably don't want that. They'll be red. Gauge lights we want. Headlights to bright. Go via location storage tracks. Let's do this. It's got 2 horns. Interesting. And a mechanical bell. Sounds very nice. Brake sounds are pretty good.
North 131 over.
Nice mechanical bell. What's he done with the windscreen wipers, I wonder? Because there are windscreen wipers somewhere. Hello, people. You shouldn't be in there. We're going to the depot. Oh well, tough shit for you. T-Side Train Watcher says, can you ask Dovetail Games to Newcastle and Edinburgh? I can, but so can you. The best way to do things like that is to jump onto DTG's forum. Yes, I know it's a septic tank, but go and make a detailed case, or their Discord, go and make a detailed case for why the route would be good, and why you would like it. Because that's really what they want to see. Nice flange squeal. I'm pretty sure these cab cars were almost completely silent in the original, so this mod's introduced quite a lot of sound. The simulator guy, you're on vacation, or vaction as you say. Good stuff. So am I, in fact. I don't go back to work until the 12th of January, which is awesome. Of course, by taking a pile of leave now, I can't take any until August. Looks like we're going into the automatic points area. Looks like they're all set anyway. So that's fine. If you do like American trains, and you're really serious about it, and you've got a big pile of money, you should have a look at this stuff. Look at these stands. They're not cheap, but they're awesome. Is he going way too fast? The Simhogger stuff is quite amazing. What month is it? December! Yeah, we're going to go through the train wash. I better slow down then. Oops, the brakes are a little touchy on this. There's not much between the different handle positions. This is one of the ones that could probably benefit from its own profile. So we roll through the wash. Well, we're doing Caltrain today, T-Side Train Watcher. Should probably turn off my headlights and that wouldn't look as evil. Heading into the head shunt. Because I'm showcasing a particular mod. Smacked by the train. T-Side Train Washer says you wish you could get a Class 801 setup simulator. Why not? Have you looked at the TS controller stuff? Let me find you a website for that one. So if you like English stuff, just while we're coming into the headshot, so for those of you who are UK rail fans, TS controllers make some pretty cool stuff. I'm thinking about potentially picking some of these things up next year when I'm in the UK because freight's just too expensive. They would be quite cool. Oops, I'm supposed to stop. Come on. Service. Where's the service spot? God damn it. Oh, there it is. Lots of brakes. So I think we have to go back the other way, but do we need to set any points or anything, or is it going to be fine? It does appear to be set for us, so good. Can't I change my reverser? Is that not quite in idle? Off and idle, so I should be able to change the reverse. But I cannot. Why not? Broken. Let's just try and move that and put it back. Well, that puts a quick end to that one, because I can't change my reverser. I doubt that's the mod, though. Anyway, let's go and do the F40. We have to do the MP15 DC at some point, too. So far, I'm liking what I'm hearing with the sounds for this, so Prime Mover Simulations has done an excellent job. I think I've picked a few visual changes here and there, but I'm not 100% certain on those, so I'm not calling them out. Because, you know, memory and all that. F40PH-2CAT. And we'll do a morning one. We won't run the whole way because, you know, we don't need to see the route again. Let's just see what the train sounds like. All right, let's go. You can do a Class 801 setup from shutdown. You just turn it off yourself. My mouse is now super twitchy. Doors would be on the left. Get the reverser in and forwards. Ooh, nice reverser sound. Instrument lights are here, I think. There they are. Step lights. And we need to cut the brakes in and release. That should be on lead. It already is. And we'll fully apply the indie brake. That should be about it for setup. Apart from opening the window. Let's hear the horn. That's got a lot of nice grunty bass in it now. I like that. TSO Train Watcher says, have you ever requested Dovetail for anything in person? I have been to Dovetail in person. So, twice. Yes, I have. Does sound better, doesn't it, K-Rail fan? Let's hear what it sounds like when we accelerate. I'll do that from outside though. And I'll get rid of the bell even though you'd normally run it because we want to hear it. They run at about 1200 RPM, I think, so we won't hear much throttle up sounds for a while. There we go, notch 3 had a change. Seems a bit quiet now it's gotten going. Better throttle off anyway, we're doing 3 times the speed limit. Nearly. No, I like the brake sounds. I very much like the brake sounds. I appreciate a proper lapped brake. T-Sater wants to know what I requested of them. More Thomas! No, I've requested Australian stuff. I have requested... Actually, I put in a request for Scotsman before we got Scotsman. Turned out we were already getting Scotsman, so the joke was on me, but that's okay. Throttle up sounds nice inside the cab. And they definitely build stuff that the community asked for, it's as long as enough of the community asked for it. Because what they're looking for is stuff that will sell. And stuff that they can get reference for so they can actually build it. I do like that horn. I even don't mind the bell. Isn't that weird? This loco's got one of the few properly implemented lapped braking systems in the game. Now that it's got good sounds, ooh, happy. Because, I mean, if you can't guess from the dirty hands, steam locomotive fireman, lap brakes. Because quite often do get to drive. It's always nice when the driver says, hey, do you want to step into my side of the office? Like yesterday. Alex let me drive, whoops, way too much. Alex let me drive from Cockatoo all the way back to Belgrade, it was good. Real Lord Victron, enjoy yourself. Thank you for dropping in. TSO Train Watcher would tell us again we'd like to see a modern version of the Tees Valley. I wonder why. Given your name. Nice. Now I'll do a full equalizing to there and release and apply the independent. And maybe unlock the doors. It's your local line indeed. They must have heard about my driving. They're all getting off. I think in real life, I don't think I've ever seen anybody get off at this station. They're even disgorging through the closed doors. I think the loco could be a little bit louder on the outside, but in the cab it's a nice comfortable volume. It's a good volume. Off to Millbrae. Teesside Train Watcher asks, how was the North Yorkshire Moors Railway? I was going to go to Grossmont to see the Flying Scotsman. Apparently they're planning to add North Yorkshire Moors to TSW6. I have not heard that. But it would probably be a good candidate from the heritage lines because it's busier than the West Somerset. So it would be a good one, I think. Plus it's got a portion that's Northern Rail as well, so that opens up for that content too. Because for those who don't know the North Yorkshire Moors, from Pickering to Grossmont, it's their railway, it's just heritage. And from Grossmont to Whitby, it's actually the Northern Trains main line. So it's one of the few heritage lines in the UK where they actually get to run at 50 mile an hour. And they change locomotives more often than not at Grossmont to put something that's mainline certified on. So you might have something like a Western come off if you're on a diesel service and a 37 go on. Or you might, if it's a steam service, you'll have one of their heritage ones come off and a mainline certified steam go on. There's a few live rail cams for North Yorkshire Moors, but I think only one of them's public. The others you pay for. Yeah, but Grossmont's a pretty good one to look at because there's a lot of traffic going in and out of Grossmont. With all the locomotive changeovers and things, it's quite a good one to watch. It's a good railway to ride. They also have a really good, if you're involved in a heritage railway, inside the locomotive workshops at Grossmont, up on the gantry level, There's a shop in there which sells footplate supplies for all sorts of stuff. If it sells stuff to the general public as well, so that is a normal shop too. But if you can present that you are a volunteer on a heritage railway, they will give you a discount. T-Sider says it's pronounced Grumons. I've heard both. From locals. Hello, Rails of Illinois. We're close to you today, kinda. Closer than usual. I thought you were in the stream earlier. We are running the Prime Mover Simulations sound mods and the branding mod for Caltrain. And I have to say, an excellent job has been done. I'm pretty sure this water here is different too. Be good to use the new water from Riviera. Come on, lap position. Too much. Release. The only thing I would like in a brake handle is to have the knobs. So in a real brake handle, you can actually feel it in your hand as you're traversing the handle, the different positions. And I miss that with these things. You have to look at the screen prompts to figure out when you've hit the spot. Your controller vibrates in TSW6, so you're on a console. I was deliberately losing speed rails for the corner. And so I could go back into Notch 8 because it sounds good. Nice mechanical bell. Sleep well, T-side train watcher. Cool thing about proper Westinghouse brakes, you don't need much of an application to slow you down. Oops. Never mind. Well, I pretended to do it, right? I keep forgetting those two crossings are there. Elijah Katoon, hello. We are playing on the Peninsula Corridor in Train Sim World 6 with the Caltrain branding mods from Prime Mover Simulations, along with the conductor mod from CJKP, I think it is. Let me just check. From MJKCP, sorry. And we're also got the sound mods from Prime Mover Simulations. Oh, I forgot this thing releases the brakes by itself and then goes into dynamics. And it went hard. Very hard. That's all right. That just means we get to hear this again. Millbrae is our next stop. The doors will open on the right. It's been a while since I've driven this. I have to wonder if this mod's actually changed the behavior of the brakes, because they seem to be gripping quite well. Better than I remember them. I shall have to ask him. Still full equalizing. Release. And apply the independent. The equalizing brake just makes sure that the braking is even across the entire train. You haven't built up a gradient. So it basically entails doing a maximum possible application. It is the F40PH Melbourne Train Guy with modded sounds. I am well, thank you. How about yourself? See, have a listen to this horn now. That sounds awesome. This sound mod's been going very well, Melbourne Train Guy. You on no, you're on console, aren't you? So you don't do mods. Off we go to Hillsdale. We'll run this about halfway, and then we've had a request for the UP GP38, so we'll run that one. And then we'll run the MP15 DC. It does sound good, Melbourne Train Guy. He's done an awesome job with these mods. There's a couple of little things here and there, but I'm nitpicking. The next crossings are silent. And this one's not. Six crossings. Imagine living here. No, no sleep for them. None at all. And I think at the end of this station there's 6 more crossings. Yay! And thankfully for the locals, the next one is a silent crossing. This is where someone rich lives. When I first moved to the US, I was living in the Marriott Hotel, just up the road from Jack London Square in Oakland. And the trains used to start honking as they approached Jack London Square, and they basically stopped when they got to Fruitvale. don't know why that one's marked as a crossing, but anyway. Need to concentrate on my braking here. Bit more, I think. That should do it. Should be just about right. Oh, nice. Look at that. You have to appreciate that. Melbourne Train Guy says, I figured Metro used way too many tones. Does North America use quiet hours as well? As it tones all the time? 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No respite. But what they do have is quiet zones, where the local government says, thou shalt not be horny. And then they only use their bell. Look at that, I'm on time. How weird's that? That never happens. I'm really liking the brake sounds on this. It's just good. That's buy the man a beer good. Mind you, I shouldn't assume man. I have never actually asked. So I don't know. It was funny yesterday, there's some individuals who are constantly chasing our trains, and out at Gembrook, Alex and I let them in the cab, and I put the shovel in their hands and went, put some coal in, and they were just so excited. Melbourne Train Guy says mostly where the folks with the dollars live. Yeah, that's it exactly. That's where the silent zones are. This F40 sounds amazing though. Throaty brake release sound reminds me of the new 150 sounds. Bloody outstanding. Well, these sounds are a mod, and he's done a pretty good job. I use lapped Westinghouse brakes, so I'm appreciating the sounds because they're what they sound like. It's done very, very well. Next crossing is silent on our way to Redwood City. How are you enjoying the next 5 days of heat, Melbourne Train Guy? I was very appreciative that yesterday's firing day was only 20 degrees Celsius. And my next firing day looks like it might just cool down in time for my next one. Maybe. I can't remember what my next run actually is, but firing on a hot day is never particularly pleasant. Because funnily enough, it's hot. Actually, I should see what my next run is. I'll just make sure you guys can't see this. Good, because I'm going to log into the Railways website. And my next run is January the 2nd. I'm out with Stuart, 11, 14, 21, 36. So 1.5 full trips. Oops. I've got no legs. Oh no. Sour Mustard 78 is waiting for the temps to rise here in Wollongong. Been copying the Melbourne weather all week. Wollongong's actually quite a nice place. I've been up there. Yeah, we're in for 5 days of 30 plus here, Sour Mustard, so we'll see what that brings for you. Melbourne Train Guy says, I'm looking forward to the heat, to be fair. I hope it picks a lane though. Hot and cold's giving me grief. Only supposed to get to 20 in Morwell today though, so it's not too bad. Yeah, we're supposed to hit 30 today, and I'd have to say, looking outside, it's probably well on the way there. Redwood City is our next stop. San Bruno. Just put on a tiny application. 10-pounder. This next crossing is silent. It's also a bridge, so that's not a surprise. This next crossing, though, is not silent. Weird. I don't like it when it switches to dynamics. Makes it very hard to see what you're doing. So I've put on a massive brake application, too heavy. I will answer the question, I'm just getting stopped. Sour Mustard says nice. It's up here. So you hit 44 at work last week. 44 is pretty high. Yeah, it's not a pleasant day at all. Anything above 30 is quite terrible in the steam engine. So the question from Melbourne Train Guy was, has Prime Mover ever thought about becoming a third-party dev? It's quite cool to get these kind of mods on PS5. The branding mod they wouldn't be able to do because, you know, they're introducing something that Caltrain asked to be removed. So they wouldn't be able to do that as a third-party dev. And to do the sound mods for this game, they would actually have to license the route and the train from Dovetail, which probably means giving them... So for third-party devs... Generally what happens is you give a percentage to Steam and a percentage to Dovetail, and if you were licensing the train as well, you'd have to give him more money to Dovetail, so there might not actually be any money left after you've done that. Palo Alto, next stop. But you can always ask Prime Mover Simulations Melbourne Train Guy. He's in my Discord. It's always amused me that American trains do have the 14L rule, because even with all that honking, they still hit cars. Yes, it is a small pie to carve up. It is worth asking DTG though, because what they might allow a third party to do is do an improvement thing for the route without having to license the route. So effectively they would take on the maintenance for it as punishment. So at the next crossing I'll show you what our train drivers do. Not the fastest, the little cat. This one's got a crossing before it. So this is what our train drivers would do. That'd be it. So I'll demonstrate that again. We don't do bells. Well, 5 crossings coming up. MTG says this is quite a random one, but perfect timing. How does the NA do crossing turns? Ah. Let me get through all of these. Bit more. That'll do. Basically, there's a whistle board, usually about 200 meters to 250 meters before the crossing, and you do the standard woo whoop tone for that one. And then as you approach the crossing, if there's no one looks like they're going to run through it, the minimum is a boop. And if you want to be more creative, you can do the full tone set. I usually do, just because I like train whistles. And if you think someone's going to run through the crossing, you just start sounding continuously. Oop, caught me again. I wish it was just one braking system, not both. Because 2 catches me out. Captain Vladimir, hello. Still your favourite route? It is quite a good one. I quite like it. I think prior to Boston coming out, this was my most played route in the game. And then Boston took that over. I was trying to think what it was lately. It's hard to say, but I think I've moved over mostly to UK stuff, I suppose. No, the actual rule, Melbourne train guy, for us, and it's actually the same for anyone in Australia, is that the driver will sound the warning device with sufficient volume and repetition for the situation. Which means you can go through the crossing with no noise at all if there's no one there. And at night time, for example, as you're approaching a crossing, probably the best you're going to do is a boop, just a little pop. Just to let them know that you are there, just in case there's someone that you can't see. And you'd only go through the full set if there was actually someone at the crossing. Because you don't want to wake everybody up. Sour Mustard says, do you have any Steam Train for TSW6 tutorials? I do indeed. Do you have Spirit of Steam and Flying Scotsman? But I haven't really played them yet to mix it up. Yeah, I definitely do. I'll grab you my Steam, my tutorials playlist. There's 294 tutorials in here. Hope this doesn't make noise. No, good. So this is my tutorial playlist. And specifically Steam ones. Can you search inside a playlist? Oh, that's boring. You can't. But definitely are Steam tutorials in there. Oops, naughty mate. That's it exactly, Melbourne Train Guy. There's not a wrong way to do it. The only thing that you would want to be able to demonstrate on a modern locomotive is that if you had hit someone, that on the data recorder it showed the horn being used. Frostfire said, hello. I think the sound mod's quite good, Frostfire. I'm quite enjoying it, to be honest. So we've done a run with the Baby Bullet. We're doing the F40 now. We've done both cab cars. And we'll do the GP38 and the MP15 as well. Sour Mustard says, thank you so much. I mainly play British routes. My hometown of Leeds and Morley are featured in the Transpennine route. My gran used to live above Morley Tunnel. That's cool. Is Morley Tunnel the one that's got a castle thing? Actually, no, I think that's on BML. Uh-oh, the FRA will come. I'm doing over 79. Sourmaster's vent shafts, 3 in total, I think, spread throughout the town. Two miles to Mountain View. Captain Vladimir says, wonder how much of the real route goes through quiet zones. Some of it around Palo Alto does. And I think up towards the San Francisco end as well. Some of that is in the residential area around South San Francisco. So not much of it, in other words. San Jose people are pretty much screwed because there's no quiet zones down here because San Jose doesn't care. Keep this little £10 brake application and we'll see if we make it. I'm thinking not. I think I'm going to have to pull more brakes on. Wait. Stop it with your service. I actually think I just noticed something, and I think when it transitions into... We'll just call that quits. I think when it transitions into the dynamic braking, I think the locomotive is actually doing a service application at the same time, and it shouldn't. I think it should actually release the service application, not make one. Interesting. Do we want to take this all the way to San Jose, or do you want to jump into the GP38 and see what that sounds like now? Well, we've got one person that wants the GP38, so there's one last thing I want to do with this. I want to see how well they've done Dopplers. Not too shabby. It's the Union Pacific GP38 that will do that's here. I think it's a GP38. Maybe it's not. No, I think it is. We'll see. We'll soon know. Any moment now. spin, spin, spin goes the little thing. All right. To the trains. Peninsula Corridor. You thought I was going to say something else then. It is a GP38. I thought it was. I'll run this one. San Francisco Yard inbound duties. That'll do. We'll just make sure we don't get any rain, because it never rains in California anyway. Alright, let's get this beast set up. I'm already liking what I'm hearing. No, not passenger. Freight. And release. Ooh. Quite like that. That was the equalizing valve you could hear. So the straight application. Yeah, it doesn't do it. They've done that well. Okay. Uncouple 15 vehicles. We better go do that then. We've got tracks on all sides. Okay. Doesn't matter which side I get off then. Just watch out for trains. It's a weird service. The first thing you do is uncouple. We're running light engine. Have I gone too far? I've gone too far. That's okay. We'll go in the other door. Hi. It's a bit of an abrupt cut-off, isn't it? Don't know why I was sitting there and notch 8 on the brakes, but I was. I'm guessing I must have to set some points or something. Oh no, it wants to stop just before the signal. Nice thing about independent brake, you can just slam it on and off as many times as you want. Nothing bad happens. Are you really not going to let me get away with that? Now it always want me to go. It wants me to go backwards. I'll change all the points in the world. Back up next to my train. Okay. Nice reverser noise. I think we want to hear the other notches, don't we? Even though we don't need them. Don't know, MTG. All I can really say is it's better than it was. We do have a signal up there, so good. How about points? Points are not all set. There was a derailment waiting to happen. It's nice of it to set 80% of them. Is this where I was supposed to go? I have a faint suspicion I should have set some other points, because, I don't know, we're in the right spot. Uncouple one vehicle, so we're leaving an engine here. Actually, I should. I want to use the coupler bar. Why can't I use the coupler bar? Do I have to go around the other side? There is no coupler bar on this side. Yes, there is. There we go. Well, that's a bit dodgy. Looks like the points are set for our movement. MTG asked if there should be more echo and sustain. Not complaining or throwing shade, just hope that's not how it come across. No, definitely not. It's quite epic and sounds better than the one on Oakville. You could probably if you download the public editor to make the pack files, you could probably transfer these sounds to Oakville. You would need a PC, Melbourne Trango, or a developer's console. Now we're going to go out again. Just checking our points. Points look good. Do you know, I reckon at this point you'd be going into the other locomotive because we're going a fair distance. Maybe you wouldn't. I don't want to break the service, so I won't. But what I should do is single or intermediate controlling with unit coupled at the long hood, which it is, which means I should, whoops, that was clever. I should actually be able to do the remote headlights, and I should have, if that works, and it doesn't, excellent, headlights on the back, but you know. We have a red signal, don't we? Denied. Let me just check the points. I thought they were alright, but... yeah, we must actually be waiting for a train to come through then. Oh, there's a set of points there that's wrong, actually. And those ones. And those ones. We got a signal now? No. So we're waiting for a train. Rails wants 3-step. It's as close as you're going to get. I put it in neutral. And the brake was on. Where's this train? Is there actually a train? I'm not seeing anything moving. I'll be careful I don't spad here. I'm getting rather close to that signal. No, I don't see anything moving for quite a while. No. Denied. Actually, maybe that set of points isn't right. One's right after the signal. They're not, so I have to wait for those to change, because I can't change those ones. But they are not yet set. Other end. Mediatek. You are late. That's okay. We're waiting for a signal, but I can't see why we're waiting for a signal. Nothing moving. It's way too far away in that direction. Oh, there is a train coming. Look at that. We shall patiently wait. It's a permanent change. It's something that YouTube were actually mandated to do to stop all of the fraudulent brand usage that was happening. I think it's coming from that way. So if you want a different name, you have to change your username. Because what was happening were people were adopting the names of brands like Transsim World or 7-Eleven, Tesco's, etc. and turning up on streams pretending to be that. I see nothing. Bet you it stopped in a station. It was this way, wasn't it? Oh, here it comes. What is the thing? No, we should see it soon. We shall see it appear around the corner. Might change your usernames so people know who I even am. It's the same tag I use everywhere, but then I set my display name to simple. Amy. It's in the zone now. Can't see it yet. It's down there. There it is. It's appeared. It's loaded in. We should get a signal shortly. Be all ready for it the second it changes. Prime Mover, hello. We've been enjoying your mods. For the most part, it's been really good. Did you change the horn on this one? Seems to be quite an abrupt cutoff on this one. The F40 and the Baby Bullet and the cab cars are really good. I particularly like the brake sounds. And I like that you recorded a cab car with a wheel flat. So we ran the Baby Bullet first, and then we've did the both of the cab cars. Did a fairly substantial run in the F40. Now we're doing the GP38, and next will be the MP15. I think Melbourne Train Guy that if Prime Mover Railfan had a way of getting the mods onto console, I think they would be absolutely delighted to do it. The Baby Bullet sounds came up quite nicely. Amy's trying to find a PS5 exploit so I can run new TSW mods. Good luck with that. If you work it out, you will be a very popular human. Yep, it does show up as Amy. Rail says, why are they gangs? Do you mean work gangs? Or gangs as in real life gangs? John, Merry Christmas to you as well. Melbourne train guy was asking about getting some sound mods on Oakville. Oh, I didn't see your messages actually, Prime Mover, so didn't worry about head-end power. We just drove. If it's something you want to show off, I can. No, she wants to go down there somewhere. So I have to set some points. Wow, long way. Okay. Prime Mover says if there were more locos and variety on Oakville, it probably would have done them. Most I can do for Oakville is stereo conversion and possibly a horn and bell mod. And MTG asked random question, thought about becoming a third party and bringing these kinds of improvements to the game at large. Amy is out of her good soda and it's almost 1 a.m. There'll be something open, Amy. Prime Mover says, Melbourne train guy, have considered it, haven't really made a full-on decision, especially how busy personal life is. That is an important consideration. I think I would call those clusterfucks of people. I assume they're standing with the doors open, but facing the wrong way. Weird. Such an uncivilized country, the UK, with supermarkets closing at midnight. Terrible. I think we're stopping here, aren't we? Yeah, pretty much. Wrong end. Where's the coupler bar? Why do they make this so difficult? There we go. Hi. Now where are we going? Oot. The reverse motor sounds are very nice. Very nice indeed. MTG says, well, I've extra stuff. Would hate it not at least asking. Console players like seeing these kinds of mods, but do feel a bit disappointed when you can't have them. You can have them, you just got to buy a PC. Steam Machine will be your friend. The PC that's not actually a PC, it's a console. Amy says Asda used to be 24 hours everywhere. For some reason it's not in your town anymore and that makes you sad. Where else can I get all the ingredients to do a roast dinner at 2 a.m, which I have done before? Oh well, whatever makes you happy. I did like the bells, Prime Mover. Not this one, but on the other two. I think this is the finish of this one, so we'll go and do the MP15 next. And that's it for that one. All right. Prime Member says the reverser motor sounds were ported over from another mod someone else had created. I figured to just use them with permission. Excellent. MP15 is next up. MP15 will be the last thing to stream too. Do that one. That'll get me right up to lunchtime. That'll be perfect. Versa. I assume we're going to go... Where are we going? Forwards. Okay. Medium will do fine. Huh. It's a locomotive that's done right. What have you changed on the MP15? Why didn't you release the brakes, you naughty machine? Oh, I probably haven't cut them in, have I? What a dope. There we go. That'll do it. That'll work much better. Not too many sounds changed on the MP15, mostly just the radio chatter, interior horn, swapped the default bell with the F40 bell and redid some sound parameters. That sounds like didn't change much, just changed everything. Engine sounds were converted from mono to stereo. It is Lab, hello. It is you, indeed. Brakes work?
On my engines, the reverse of sound is this. On the Johnson. Although we don't actually call it the Johnson. That's effectively what it is. $16 miles, probably automatic points, but let's just make sure they're not. Look at that. That would have been embarrassment. Alright, looks good from there. So he couldn't get it to happen even with the battery turned on at his lab. Tea and biscuits narrowly avoided, says Amy. Well, not really, because I'm speeding. I thought the brake sounds sounded different in the F40 Prime Mover, but could be incorrect. I'll have to have a look at it at its lab and see if I can make it work and make a video for it. It was the ICT, if I remember correctly. That down. Isn't that weird? A pen. Paper. Wow. So you want it cold and dark for the ICET. Because if I can't make it happen, I can... Oops. Naughty. If I can't make it happen, I can ask the devs. Too far away from this crossing, but that's okay. Many, many crossings. And another one. You just kind of press on the right spot, Amy, and wiggle your fingers, and it just works. Adislab says, do you work for Train Sim World? No, I do not. I have no commercial relationship with them whatsoever. Eddie says, OMG, who uses those these days? I find it's easier when it's streaming than to open an app and make some notes, whatever. Hey, this labs, can you tell them the devs that I have the DLC for free, the Stratford one? I doubt it. You're on PS4. Ooh, PS4. Why would they give you something for free? Isn't the PlayStation stuff on sale right now? I think it is. Should have a look. Eddie says, same here. Eddie Slab says, because I'm broke. Well, that's kind of normal. I've actually noticed this year, when we went to get some food for Christmas, that shopping centres were empty. Makes me think people are hurting a bit. Do you know there's one service that starts down there? It's really hard to get the train moving. Amy says the Xbox One S has felt a lot slower to last year. Yeah, I'd be heading for an upgrade. Even if it's only to the S. A good old-fashioned pen, says MTG. You can decipher the hieroglyphics. And you are welcome to my secrets. John says Series X is still dope. Melbourne says that a Slab Spirit of Dream is free till January 5th. That's true, and it will actually work on the PS4 as well. Unlike a lot of stuff. So if you don't already have Spirit of Steam, you can in fact grab it. And the light's going to be nicer on this side. Amy says it's a better Blu-ray player than the series consoles. The way I justified it to my mum is that a Blu-ray player that can be picked up same day from CX can also play games for my brothers. There you go. MTG says, I remember the PS4 days. Don't get me started on BPB and Preston. And it's at her house, says Amy. Fair enough. I can ask him, Edislab, but I really can't see him doing it because they need to make money to survive. That's it, exactly, MTG. If everything was free, there wouldn't be any money to make the free things. Have a look in the PlayStation sale, Edislab, because the pricing actually is pretty good at the moment. There are some that are very cheap. John says, homie be bossing up then. Melbourne Trago says it would be amazing if the DLC were cheaper. Need to charge what they do to pay their staff and keep the lights on. They do kind of need to do that, yes. Yeah, I'll have a look at it at a slab. Prime Mover says still proud of implementing the interior horn on the MP15, although I do plan on doing more with the MP15 eventually. I think it's pretty cool, dude. Train spotting is a privilege, says John. Catching up with another train, which is funny. Well, looks like our points... Oh no, not quite set. Close. You can set the points to be automatic if you want to, but I like setting them. That's just me. MTG says GWE is 70% off right now, for example. Just got the DBBR 187 for $9. Good deals for sure. Ah, you've got the weird shipping container. I think LZB actually works from both ends of that thing now. There's the BART tunnels. BART. Prime Mover says, well, I'm going to be heading out right and getting ready for tonight's dinner since today is my birthday. Well, happy birthday. Good stuff. Melbourne Train Guide says, I think there were updates to it at some point. Seems different to videos I've seen from 3+ years ago, but not quite a 193. There definitely were quite a lot of updates to it. It's not completely terrible anymore. It's still not great. San Francisco Airport over onto our right. Can't remember if there's any planes over there. You can't see them. But that is the airport. All of that area there. Well, you can see a plane taking off. Another one landing, but in the sea. A friend of mine who flies for a living absolutely hates San Francisco. He says the controllers there are very, very incompetent and often put people into conflicting paths and just leave the pilots to deal with it themselves. Amy says, that does sound like USATC. He reckons it's the only airport he's ever had that's had 4 go-arounds. And each time it was because on the approach, they could either see there was something conflicting on the runway, or that they got TCAS and had to pull out. And apparently the expectation from ATC is that the pilots turn off TCAS around San Francisco and don't obey it. But his company doesn't allow that. Ant-Man says this is one of the favourite routes thanks to the mods. That's a good attestation. Out of the modding community, I do actually field quite a few requests to show off mods via Discord. And some I do, and some I don't. Prime Movers, I tested enough to make sure that the hacks were in properly, but left the rest to fate because generally really good. Not all mod makers I'll do that with. Some I'll test the whole thing. Look at those towers that aren't quite drawing in properly up there. Amy says, flying the boom in Microsoft Flight Simulator 24, gosh, and landing with the camera is weird. I haven't gotten into Flight Simulator. I had the original version that drew stuff as line graphics, and I've never tried the modern version. It's not a train. Yep. We are on the last mile, and that will be it for today's stream. I'll be back on Wednesday night. Actually, I might even do some other streams. I haven't really decided because I've got some days off. And the other half will be back at work on Monday. So, you know, maybe I'll just stream all day. I could. Oh, I meant to do 10 through here, am I? Oh well. Oh well. Amy says the Boom XP1 is a prototype supersonic airliner that doesn't produce observable sonic boom over land, very easy to fly except landing. How does it not produce a sonic boom if it's a supersonic aircraft? Or is it just so high that it doesn't matter? Amy says it deflects upwards so it's not observed on land. Interesting physics. Eddie says, what are speed limits? Nobody abides by them. I do in the real trades. But in the game it's like, whatever. That would be it then. So that's it for today. I will be back on Wednesday. I haven't quite decided what I'm streaming on Wednesday yet, so we'll see. I may do some other streams during the day on some other days because I'm home, and we'll just see how that goes. Yes, stay tuned. You never know. Alrighty, have fun, folks. Thank you very much for watching and joining in. The chat's been a good one today. So it's been quite interesting. Thank you very much to Prime Mover Simulations, who I think who was nicked off to go and buy some food. But yeah, good set of mods. So if you're on PC, and I'm sorry console people that you can't run the mods, but if you're on PC, definitely grab them. Links are in the chat. They seem to work quite well. They sound good. And yeah, all good stuff. Brings Peninsula Corridor a little more life, which it certainly needs. Alrighty, have fun, folks. We shall see you later. Wrong button. Anyway, have fun, folks. If I don't speak to you beforehand, Happy New Year and all that sort of thing. And enjoy yourselves, and we shall see you later. Bye. Now I want that button.